For these two teams, 2 rounds down, 2 to go. The battle for the Eastern Conference continues. Game 1 of the conference finals. Hi, everyone. This is Kevin Harlan. And alongside tonight, Greg Anthony and Stan Van Gundy. With Allie LaForce reporting from the sidelines. And now the opening lineup for Detroit. Harris steps in at the 4, with Duran at the center spot. Cunningham is out there with LeVert, and it's Thompson in at the 3. And for Miami, the post tandem, Adebayo and Ware. Hero out there with Dawson, and it's Porter in at the small forward. Taking a look at Miami. Coming off a sweep in their last series, you better believe they'll be prepared for these conference finals.
Yeah, we'll see how they come out of the gates. Some teams benefit from the long layoff. Some can get off to a slow start. I'm sure they did everything they could in their preparation to be ready to go.
Now, here's Cunningham over Dawson. No good on that one.
Well, he's more than comfortable in the mid-range, but you can't make them all.
And you talk about audacious. MP going on camera to guarantee not only a win in these conference finals, but a sweep? Holy smoke!
In all my years, I have never heard someone guarantee a sweep. This could be a watershed moment for MP if he pulls this off. But the odds still against him, and there's a good chance he ends up looking foolish.
Well, good.
And smooth dish from MP. That's talent and teamwork.
And it's Cunningham with the ball for Detroit. Over MP. Cunningham gets the bucket.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
And here is Hero. To the paint. Kicks it out to MP. Nailed from three-point land.
Got to contest MP from out there. He is more than capable from 3.
It's LeVert on the wing. To Cunningham. Harris inside the line. This one for 3. And Cade Cunningham with the 3. Cunningham's got 5 now.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
Here's Dawson. At about 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. Porter in the corner. Pass to Hero. The 3 from MP. And the Heat, another 3.
Well, how about MP right there? Just drilling a 3 of his own for good measure.
And a wide open look for Cunningham. And again, it's the Pistons from deep.
Overall, this quarter, he's getting good looks, and he's taking advantage.
And Cunningham with the block.
And Cunningham has great length for his position, and he uses it right there.
It's time to send it over now to our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, MP in the last matchup against Cleveland played phenomenal. He ended up with 44 points, and he was locked in from deep. But when hasn't he been? He was really special in that game, and they're hoping he can repeat that kind of performance tonight. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Allie, thanks. Greg, it was obvious. He was having a lot of fun out there. Tremendous victory.
I'll tell you, he may have been enjoying himself, but whoever was matched up against him certainly wasn't.
Yeah, well, winning is usually fun, especially when you have it going like he did.
And so Eric Spoelstra will call a timeout. He made the decision to huddle up with his guys and talk about strategy. A different look for Miami. Andrew Wiggins comes in for Bam Adebayo. And it's Jaime Jaquez in for MP. The Heat have gotten 4 of 6 field goal attempts to drop in the first quarter. Wiggins kicks to Porter. Hero from long range. And the rebound goes to the Pistons. Inside, here's Cunningham. Terrific assist, a nice finish. Solid play all around.
Well, they just need to keep getting him the ball. He has been terrific this quarter.
Hero on the wing, covered by Cunningham. Here's Ware, 6 on the shot clock. It's Porter, outside, hands it from downtown.
Well, this is Porter's go-to shot. He's very proficient from three-point land.
Wiggins against Harris. Here's Cunningham. Doesn't get it to drop for him. Great D that time from Hero. Making some changes here. And Eric Spoelstra wants a timeout. Coach is going to talk some things over with the team. Might be seeing something to adjust. They double him with Adebayo. Reed with it. Now defended by Wiggins. And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball. They've got Adebayo. Jaime Jaquez is out there with Andrew Wiggins. Then it's MP. And it's Larson in at the shooting guard position. That's the group on the floor for Miami. Here's Larson. They lead by 8. That's the biggest of the game. Larson inside. He's covered by Sasser. The Pistons shooting with confidence, 50% from the field so far. After Clinton, he throws it down hard with one hand.
Oh, up high and down hard with that one-hander.
He got a little extra forceful. You're right with that one. Wiggins passes to MP. Puts up a 3. The 3 is pure from MP.
Oh, nice jumper from MP there. But he is going to have to do a lot better job if they want to try and contain it.
Pass to Holland. The tray. Larson with the rebound.
Solid rebound there, and with the score like it is, that's an area where they can't afford to get lazy.
And Dawson kicks to Adebayo. Back to MP. Clock at 6. Down low. And Wiggins with the basket on the assist by MP. Wiggins has got the lead up to 11 now for Miami. The Pistons have gone 1 of 3 to start out the second quarter. And the foul on Andrew Wiggins. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul. Substitution on the court.
On defense, Miami. Only giving up 2 points this quarter. Holland. Detroit, no good that time either. The Heat leading by 11. Over in the corner, Jaquez. Back to MP. Adebayo the screen. Kicks it out to Hero. Just 5 to shoot. And it's off from three-point range. Pistons trail by 11. Pass to LeVert. A 3-ball. Connects from three-point range.
From range, LeVert's one of those guys you have to respect his shot. He makes enough from beyond where you have to honor it.
Now, here's MP. He's got 9. There's 1:59 left here in the second. For 3. And it's Reed pulling it down. And so, LeVert will bring it up for Detroit. Pass to Thompson. Now, Reed. Still yet to score. Holland, no good. Thompson against MP. Over in the corner, Jaquez. And here's MP for three. Knocks down the three ball. Dawson's got 12 points in the game.
Well, MP was ready to shoot, so they got him the ball. It's that simple.
And so the timeout here by J.B. Bickerstaff. Coach is going to take it. Few minutes to regroup and go over the strategy. Checked in for Miami. Jalen Duren, he's checked in for Detroit. Tobias Harris comes in for Holland. .114 left to play in the first half. On the wing, Thompson. Covered by MP. Detroit, no good that time either. Miami leading by 11. And he buries that one, drilling the rim on the way down. Dawson's got 8 points here in this quarter. 46 seconds left in the first half. A nice shot by LeVert.
And got to push LeVert out of that area because he's very comfortable looking to score from there.
Porter passes to Dawson. Hero sets the pick for MP. Ware dishes to MP. Outside, Hero. Good, and it's MP picking up the assist. MP's got 3 assists now in this one. Now, here's Cunningham. He's got 12. One second left, and he got that one up in time, but doesn't go in. And so it's MP making things happen for Miami. He's been a major threat from three-point range. Got 2 of them to fall in that quarter. We'll return shortly.
Hey everybody, it's halftime of game 1 and a big lead right now for the Miami Heat.
Man, this offense is in rhythm right now. They're moving the ball, moving without the ball. Everything looks exactly the way they drew it up.
Yeah, this one might already be over.
Taking a look at how the series is going for the Heat. The conference finals. Big fella, do you expect these teams to pull out all the stops?
That would be correct, Armando Arnie. That's right. No minute restrictions. Let the stars shine tonight.
You have to leave it all out there. Even if you're banged up, find a way to get it done.
The competition level on the rise. And that is it for halftime, folks. It is back to Kevin Harlan and the crew for the second half.
And here we go, heading back to the action here in the Eastern Conference Final. You look at MP in this one, he's been everywhere.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him, really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
Miami leading by 14. On the floor for Detroit, the forwards are Thompson and Harris. LeVert out there with Cunningham. And it's Duren in at the center, locking down the middle. Now, Hero, 14 points, their largest lead in the game. MP, no good.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the three. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
Pass to Porter. Back to MP. The kick out to Porter. 4 on the clock. MP, that's for 2. Rebounded by the Pistons. LeVert with it. Picked up by Hero. And with that, the Heat lead is cut down now to just 12 on the basket from Cunningham.
Well, Cunningham, offensively, he can hurt you in so many ways, and he's got it all working tonight.
Now, here's MP. 14 points for him. To the middle. Here's Ware. Good, and it's MP picking up the assist. MP's got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. Pass to Duran. It's stolen by Adebayo. And here we go. Fast break. MP's got it. They get it back.
Smooth. Guys, very good job getting himself in close enough that he could just tip it back in.
Well said. Those kind of plays in the offensive glass can tell the story sometimes, can't they? Here's Cunningham. The Heat getting the bucket. Out to Harris. Takes a 3. It's hauled in by Michael Porter. Porter's got his 5th rebound in this one. And so Eric Spoelstra will call a timeout. He's going to take a few moments here to check in with his team and regroup. Here are this postseason's dead-eye shooter. These guys have knocked down a ton of shots from downtown. Number 1, Michael Porter. Here is Porter. The 3 from MP. Good, and a nice assist from Porter. Porter's got 3 assists tonight.
Yeah, it's so rewarding as a coach to see a young guy like MP succeeding like this on the offensive end.
Harris, it's blocked, and it's going to be out of bounds. The Pistons will retain possession. And Jaquez, he's checked in for MP. And Detroit with a change here, too. Robinson's checked in. Well, shot to stop the run, and the 3 ball is good. Robinson's.
I mean, this is what Duncan Robinson does. He finds you points at the arc.
Back to Hero. There's the pick. Pass to Adebayo. Here's Jaquez. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Harris up top. He's guarded by Adebayo. LeVert the pass to Thompson. To the inside. That's tipped. Jaquez outside. Pass to Ware. Now, Hero. Tried to bank it in, but he misses. Pistons trail by 16. Duran with the screen on Hero. Shots good by Duran.
Moving well. Duran working in the 2-man game.
And so Hero will bring it up for the Heat. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
First team foul. Now at the line, Tyler.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
That's good from Hero.
Well, remember, Hero came into the league as a scorer, and he's only gotten better, continuing to round out his game.
Wiggins is checked in for the Heat. And then for Detroit, Paul Reed's checked in for Tobias Harris. Holland comes in for Thompson. And Marcus Sasser subbed in for Karis LeVert. And good on the second, so he makes them both.
And what an advantage. You really feel like you can always trust him when he's at the line.
Sasser finds Robinson. Pass to Holland. Fires the 3. Hawkes with the rebound.
And with the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly.
Pistons trailed by 19. Wing pairing will be Hero and Hawkes Jr. Then it's Wiggins. Then it's MP. And it's Jovic in at the 5. It's the group on the floor for Miami. The kick out to Cunningham. Good on the 3-point shot. Cunningham's got the first points up on the board here in the 4th for the Pistons. The Heat leading by 16. MP with it. Pass to Wiggins. Hawkes outside. Shot clock at 5. Crossing the pass to Jovic. And it's blocked. To the middle. Here's Holland. Lays it up and makes it in.
And that tells the tale here today, guys. Throughout this game, they've been able to get the ball in tight and finish.
MP outside. Hawkes outside. Back to MP. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation.
Pistons ball.
And Miami making a change here. Ware's checked in. Harris is checked in for the Pistons. And we'll have a timeout called by Eric Spoelstra. And clearly an important juncture. He's going to have some choice words with his team. Pistons trail by 14. Over in the corner, Cunningham. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Cunningham's got 6 here in this quarter.
Well, after dropping in 2 triples in the first half, he's now matched that mark here in the second half, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more of those.
And we'll have a timeout called by Eric Spoelstra. He's not taking any chances and wants to huddle them up right away. Adebayo is checked in for the Heat. Michael Porter comes in for Jaime Hawkins. Then for the Pistons, Jalen Duren. He's checked in for Paul Reed. Thompson comes in for Holland. And Karis LeVert subbed in for Robinson. Miami with the ball. Earlier in the game, they had a 19-point lead.
Yeah, first turnover of the game. Overall, though, he's been rock solid.
Cunningham outside. The shot by Thompson, and no one's around. No good with the triple.
A slight rebound advantage for them. One more column in their favor, and it's all adding up.
And here's MP for three. And another field goal in his total. Make it 7 for 14, shooting 50%.
Look, in that first half, he was hot from beyond the arc. And that's now his second in this half.
And here's Cunningham. Here's Thompson. Oh, that is a big-time jam.
And when he lets the athleticism take over, Thompson can do almost anything.
The Heat leading by 12. Now Porter, MP outside. Now Adebayo. Now MP, 4 on the shot clock. Letzler's a 3. Can't get it. Detroit's gotten off 4 3-pointers in the final quarter, and 2 of them have fallen. Here's Cunningham. And they double up Cunningham. Now Duren pulls it down. What an assist!
The physical play by Duren at the rim, which doesn't allow much room for interference.
Hero. No good from 3.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Hero brings the double team. Here's Thompson. Launches it. And it misses.
Well, the defense catches a break there. You expect him to make those.
And we'll have a timeout called by Eric Spoelstra. There was no hesitating. He wants to talk to the team right now. Andrew Wiggins checked in for the Heat. If they want to, they can milk the clock just a little bit here.
Yeah, that's the best option.
1:14 left in the fourth quarter. MP. And the 3 misses. Detroit with the ball. They're on a 12-3 run.
How much power from Jalen Duren. Goodness.
And so MP will bring it up for Miami. Wiggins, a screen on Cunningham. Here's Wiggins. Here's Hero. MP. The 3 is off. 36 seconds left in the game. Wiggins pulls it down. Now MP. Shoots the 3. And Harris will pull it down. Down goes the 3.
3 points.
And so it's Miami winning this one. A pretty good feeling right now for them to be out in front like this in the series.
You know, Kevin, momentum is so critical.
I'm standing here with MP after a big win to open the conference finals. There were reports leading up to the game that some of your teammates took issue with a video you posted guaranteeing a sweep. How did that affect you guys tonight?
Some guys had an issue with what I said, but we handled it internally and moved forward. We're stronger than we've ever been, and we feel good about how we're playing right now. We just got to keep our foot on the gas.
Love to hear that, MP. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Kevin, over to you.
All right, thanks, Jen. And so this one is in the books. We hope you've enjoyed being with us for the Eastern Conference Finals. And for all of us here at the table, Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony and our terrific sideline reporter out.
I'm hearing that the chatter about MP angering his teammates and coaches by guaranteeing a sweep is very real. Not only is this team dealing with some serious chemistry issues, but apparently MP has been told by the front office to stop recording videos in the locker room before games. It'll be very interesting to see what on-court impact all of this has moving forward.
To a safe and enjoyable sports experience. We therefore ask you to refrain from any disruptive behavior, such as fighting, throwing on, attempting to enter the court or interrupt play, or using improper language or text. Spectators engaging in such behavior are subject to ejection and possible arrest. Please report any violations to these rules to the nearest usher, security, or arena staff.
Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2K Sports broadcast of the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 2 coming up. Here alongside Tim Legler and Grant Hill, I'm Brian Anderson with Ali LaForce joining us courtside. Both teams tonight dealing with some injuries. Here's a look at who is out for the evening.
And the importance of depth is on display right now. Both teams missing solid contributors who can gut it out with playoff survival at stake.
Now a look at Detroit's starting lineup. Harris and Duran together in the middle. Karis LeVert is out there with Cade Cunningham. And it's Thompson in at the 3 slot. And for Miami, Adebayo and Ware together inside. MP is out there with Tyler Hero. And it's Porter in at the small forward position. You take a look at the Heat. They took care of business in Game 1. Now it's all about getting a comfy 2-0 lead to take on the road with them.
Yeah, and as the higher seed, you feel like it's your job to win the first games at home. Anything less than that, and you're disappointed.
Harris outside. Thompson outside. For 3. And it's Harris. That time on the assist by Thompson.
And Harris is really effective shooting off the catch.
On the wing, Porter lets the 3 fly. Duran with the rebound. Cunningham deciding where to go with it. And here's LeVert for 3. And Detroit another 3.
That's a big make for LeVert. Should help his confidence.
Now MP. And about a minute gone in the first quarter. Knocks it down from distance.
These teams are finding the range, showing a lot of confidence.
Yeah, he was so ready to answer that. These teams are just battling.
LeVert goes against Hero. Duran, the screen. Launches a 3. The shot by LeVert, no good. The Heat have gone 1 for 3 so far. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, Eric Spoelstra had a few moments to feel it. I asked him what his thoughts were on Cade Cunningham, and he said Cade is extremely talented. He's got great size. He plays under control. He's one of those guys that makes his teammates better. It's easy to see why he initiates so much of their offense. Back to you guys.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie.
That is aggressive work inside by Harris, a veteran forward who understands how to get to the line. Shooting 2.
That one's off.
And you know what you've got to respect about a guy like Harris? He has been in a lot of different uniforms over the course of his career, but he's been productive everywhere he's been.
And he's good on the second. And here's MP. Pass to Porter. Up top, Hero. Miami moving it around. 5 to shoot. Miami needs to get off a shot here. There's the 3. And it's Harris with the rebound.
That's a tough start for them offensively. Now just 1 for 5 from the field. They've got to find their groove.
The 3 from Thompson. That shot off the mark. Miami's gone 1 of 4 from deep. Cunningham against MP. Porter, the pass to Adebayo. Outside Porter. Pass to Adebayo. MP outside. Fires from deep. Good! And the assist goes to Adebayo. MP's got his second bucket on the night.
And ring another one up. MP not messing around from deep.
Harris outside. From outside the arc. And it falls. 2 for 3 from the field so far.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
And here's a timeout from Eric Spoelstra now. He's going to talk it over with his guys. And the Heat with some changes. Wick. Timeout from Eric Spoelstra now. Coach taking this moment to speak to his guys. Maybe alter some of the game plan. The 3. MP drills the 3.
Well, the defense was a little soft right there, and it made it a practice shot.
We got Jaime Jaquez. Andrew Wiggins is out there with Bam Adebayo. Then it's MP, and it's Larson in at the shooting guard position. That's the group on the floor for Miami.
No shot there. He was left wide open and now adds 3 points from distance.
And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Pistons.
Well, in today's NBA, the three-point shot is so valuable. They realize this, and that's why they're continuing to drain as many as they can.
Another highlight for them has been their early ball movement, making quick, decisive passes to set up guys for great looks.
Here's Sasser. And again, it's Detroit converting. Quarter number 2 with just over a minute to play. MP outside. This one for 3. Pure from three-point range. Dawson's got 12 points.
Well, MP has been very aggressive here, looking for his own offense, generating great results.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Thanks, guys. Well, MP in their last time out against the Pistons was simply terrific. He contributed 20 points, and he made the defense look helpless as he piled on the points. He and his team are really clicking right now, and you'd love to see that momentum carry them through the rest of the year. Guys?
All right, Allie, thanks for the update. Yeah, and the intensity he played with in that one, is that something you hope to build on?
Agreed. He's coming into this one with some great momentum.
It was so impressive how he got to his spot, and when you do that, the ball will find you.
Allen can't hit. And so MP will bring it up for the Heat. They've had a strong postseason showing and have only lost 2 of their games up to this point.
And you know, the effort level has certainly been there. But what's impressed me the most is the adaptability that they've shown facing different matchups and defensive schemes. They've showed great focus and determination in the pursuit of their goal to win a championship.
Pass to Robinson. And here's Reed. Sasser outside. Here's the 3. Drains it. Now he's 3 for 5.
A shooter shoot, and he didn't quit. Much better performance this quarter.
Now for those joining us now, we're in the second quarter, about 3 minutes gone by. MP finds Jaquez. To the inside. Outside Robinson. Sasser outside. Beyond the arc. Buries it from 3. And now an 8-point Detroit lead.
Well, just keep feeding him. He has been lights out.
And here's a timeout from Eric Spoelstra now. He's going to take a moment to give him a breather and talk things over. He's checked in for Adebayo. Michael Porter comes in for Jaquez. And Tyler Hero subbed in for Larson. And some changes here for Detroit. Wiggins with a screen on Cunningham. MP, the pass to Wiggins. Oh, Wiggins with the silky touch at the rim.
And their shots are dropping with more consistency now.
From the right block. And the play by Cunningham as he finishes it off for 2. Cunningham's got 6.
And that is why Cunningham is dangerous with the ball in his hands. He can beat you in a variety of ways.
MP looking around. Nails it from beyond the arc. 15 points in the game.
Just incredible. I mean, he's really making it rain out there, knocking them down one after another.
This defense is trying to stay connected to him, but he is on a mission.
And again, it's Miami from deep.
Can't blame the deficit on him. He's been scoring at will this period.
To the middle. Deflects the pass. Wiggins with a steal. And pushing it up. Here's Miami. Pass to Porter. Back to MP. To the paint. Kicks it to Hero. Launches it. Sends it home from three-point land. And the Heat lead by 1.
Man, they're having a hard time defending the triple. That's 3 in a row.
Here's Cunningham. He has 6. There's 14 seconds left in the half. Hey, Cunningham with the flush.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him. With the score this tight, you cannot take a chance here. From deep, MP drops in the 3. Dawson's got 21. MP getting it done for the Miami Heat. Training 5 threes in that quarter. 5. This guy's locked in. Back after this.
42.
Greetings, one and all. The postseason drama we love, and no disappointment here as it's a close game so far for the Miami Heat.
Their approach has been pretty straightforward. Attack, draw fouls, and you can see their enthusiasm. They're pumped up there, Ernie.
Yeah, playing with a high level of activity here. Let's see if they can maintain that, though. Taking a look at how the series is going for the Heat. Guys, game 1 went the way we thought it would. The higher seed taking a 1-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, if they can take game 2 as well, that'll put them in a very comfortable position.
Absolutely. Take care of business. Enjoy that home cooking.
Home cooking. Making me hungry. Thanks for joining us. Time to head back over to the third quarter with Brian Anderson.
And we're back with more action from the Eastern Conference Finals on 2K Sports. Hey, you look at MP in this game, he's been everywhere.
Through 2 quarters of play, he's been an excellent source of points.
Well, and I expect they're going to continue to lean on him as we continue in this game. Why not? The way he's playing right now offensively.
Setting the floor for the Pistons. Thompson and Harris make up the forwards. Karis LeVert is out there with Kate Cunningham. And it's Duren in at the 5, roaming the paint. Pistons trail by 5. Pass to Thompson. He tries for 3. And it's Miami with a rebound. Adebayo's got 4 rebounds now. MP against Cunningham. MP outside. Hero outside. Clock at 6. Lets it go from deep. Thompson pulls it in.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open.
And the dunk by Duren.
Easiest work of the night for Duren. He barely had to elevate.
Adebayo, a screen on Cunningham. Here's Dawson. Kicks it to Hero. Back to MP. Shakes him. Good D by Cunningham.
The defense doing just enough there to affect that shot.
LeVert finds Harris. And Harris throws it down.
Well, if Tobias Harris sees a lane to the rim, he is going to exploit it.
Cunningham against MP. Porter with a screen on Cunningham. Pass to Porter. Hero for 3. On target from range. Hero's got 9.
12 straight points off threes. This defense is not extending very well.
Here's Duren. And the dunk by Duren.
And that's exactly the type of pass we expect from a guy with his vision.
MP with it. Now guarded by Duren. Inside. Fair. That's good. And the Heat lead by 4.
Yeah, the dime from MP, on time and on target.
Now here's Cunningham. He's covered closely. To the inside. Duran. That falls. Nice feed that time from Cunningham. Duran's got 6 in the quarter.
In a tight game, they wanted to make sure of that possession.
From deep, MP. And again, Miami with a triple.
They're getting torched on the perimeter. 4 of the last 5 buckets have been threes.
Here's Duran. Uses the glass to finish the layup. That's 10 points for Jalen Duran.
They're going to work inside. I like how confident Jalen is from this area.
From deep, MP. They get it again. Oh, Bam follows the miss and stuffs it in.
One reason this game is so tight is because both teams are hitting the boards with reckless abandon.
And so the timeout by J.B. Bickerstaff here. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. MP really making a difference here.
Well, he's been lights out from the 3 all night. Perfect time to call a timeout and try to stop the bleeding.
Jaime Jaquez is checked in for Miami. And the Pistons making a change here as well. Robinson, he's checked in for Cunningham. Andrew Wiggins checked in for Ware. Larson comes in for Porter Jr. And MP subbed in for Tyler Hero. And a new group getting ready for the Pistons. Reed's checked in for Duran. Holland comes in for Harris. Sasser's checked in for Thompson. And Cunningham subbed in for LeVert. And here's MP from outside. Good! Another from 3. Buries his 10th triple of the game.
Unbelievable, B.A. Unbelievable.
Here's Cunningham. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. And we've reached the end of the 3rd quarter. Just a terrific game thus far. The Pistons on top. They lead by 3. Don't go anywhere. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day.
Yeah, right there, he wasn't a ball stopper. He kept his eyes up and his options open.
And let's get you back to the action as Game 2 is getting underway. Detroit leading by 3. Michael Porter out there with Jaime Jaquez. Then it's Andrew Wiggins. Then it's MP. And it's Larson in a 2-guard. That's the group on the floor for Miami.
Oh, what great action we've seen tonight. Hard to imagine a more entertaining game.
This is what the fans came to see. A lot of great plays going back and forth.
On the wing, MP. Sasser defending. Jaquez, the pass to MP. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. The Pistons shooting continues to impress. 65% from the field. There's Cunningham outside. And the Pistons, another 3!
That's been typical of their performance today. They're sharing the ball and creating good shots.
Heat trail by 9. MP outside. Pass to Jaquez. Back to MP. 6 to shoot. From downtown. The rebound by Detroit.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Here's Sasser. Off target. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. And here's MP. He'll bring it up for Miami. To the middle. Oh! Big time finish by Wiggins.
Wow, MP really learning how to run that pick and roll. That was nice.
We're just over a minute and a half now into the 4th. And J.B. Bickerstaff decides to call timeout, rallying his guys to make sure they all know the plan. Splits and changes. Ware's checked in for Andrew Wiggins. Adebayo comes in for Jaquez. And Tyler Hero subbed in for Larson. And a new group getting ready for the Pistons. Jalen Duren, he's checked in for Reed. Tobias Harris comes in for Holland. Thompson, he's checked in for Robinson. And Karis LeVert is subbed in for Sasser. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
JV Bickerstaff had some words for his team over the break. The coach is thrilled with their three-point shooting, saying in the huddle, guys, let's keep it up. Continue to shoot it from deep. It's working. They've been on fire from distance so far.
Thank you for that, Allie. MP! And the three misses.
He is just so deadly from out there. You expect that to fall.
Ooh, assertive from Cunningham.
Their ball movement on this run has been tremendous. It's led to a lot of good, clean, open looks.
Adebayo, a screen on Cunningham. MP buries it from outside.
Well, his production is not in question now if he could just get his teammates involved.
Thompson outside. Here's Harris. Duren with a screen on Adebayo. Oh, it doesn't go.
Well, I'm surprised he missed that one. He is a dangerous guy to leave open.
MP. He's off from three. And Harris has got the ball here for the Detroit Pistons. They've led by as many as 11. Cash from downtown.
Really efficient from the perimeter. He is finding those shots and he is making them.
MP fires. Oh, the long ball, no good.
And I don't think that's the shot they wanted him to take right now. He's not exactly on fire.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
And you can...
And again for three.
The three's coming fast and furious. He is scorching the nets.
Yes, and now tied for the third most three-point field goals in a single game in playoff history. Here's Thompson. 1:21 left to play in the fourth. Rebounded by Adebayo.
And even though he couldn't send the shot back at him, he certainly altered it.
And sometimes that's all you need to do to force that miss.
Detroit leading by 10.
And Game 2 of the conference finals is always so important. What a great win this is for the Pistons.
Loved how much they moved the ball out there tonight.
Yeah, no one got left out. This was a real team effort.
Well, they needed this game too, and they got it. This series is 1-1, and the conference finals are on.
And I'm so impressed at how they responded to the Game 1 loss. They made the proper adjustments, they worked hard tonight, and they earned this victory.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Cade Cunningham.
If this were a crime scene, he would be questioned because his fingerprints are all over it.
MP outside. Now Porter. Connects again from distance.
And he's notched the third most three-pointers in a single game in NBA playoff history.
Yes, one of the best games of his life, or anyone's for that matter. He has been unstoppable. So we see the Pistons taking the W here. It might have been just Game 2 of the series, but this one felt like a must-win.
I just love the fire they played with tonight. It's the playoffs, and they really brought the energy.
All right, let's send it over courtside to Dominic Hamill.
Thanks, guys. A solid scoring night for you, MP, but not enough to come away with the win. Talk about a tough night.
Yeah, not the outcome we wanted, obviously, but we're right there. If our efforts tonight carry over, we'll be fine. Just one game at a time.
But we're looking forward to the next one.
Thank you.
Brian, back to you.
Okay, Dominic, thank you. And so this one is in the books. We hope you've enjoyed being with us for the Eastern Conference Finals. For reporter Allie LaForce and for Tim Legler and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson.
Game 3, Eastern Conference Finals. The Heat have showed up hungry and determined to fight for what they believe is rightfully theirs. Will they be able to break the stalemate and come out on top against the Pistons? The Eastern Conference Finals continue.
And it's Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals. It's a tie series right now. This game very important indeed. 2K Sports brings you the NBA playoffs. I'm Kevin Harlan, joined by Greg Anthony and Stan Van Gundy. And we've got Allie LaForce reporting from the sideline. So here's Miami's starting group. The post tandem, Adebayo and Ware. Wing pairing will be Hero and Jaquez Jr. And it's Dawson in at the point guard. And for the Pistons, the forwards are Thompson and Harris. LeVert out there with Cunningham. And it's Duren in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. You look at Detroit, and the split in the first 2 games means 3 of the next 5 games will be on their home court.
Nice to have that edge in your back pocket. If they can make it 2-1 here tonight, they'll feel like this series is theirs for the taking.
Off of the screen, set out of bounds. Heat ball.
Now, here's MP. The 3, drills it from outside.
Stretching out the defense, MP. Impressive range shown there by the youngster.
And stolen by MP. To the wing on the left. Adebayo, that's a 2-pointer. Good, and the assist goes to MP.
Well, he's such a natural talent. Has all the skill needed to produce at a high level.
It's tipped and stolen by MP. And looks like the illegal kick was set. Yep, that's right. That'll get their attention.
And not the most common call you'll see in the NBA, but hard to argue that pick wasn't illegal.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that should be called more. We see a lot of moving screens in today's NBA.
Pass to LeVert. Nice ball movement by Detroit. And Thompson kicks to Harris. Now LeVert. That's a 2 from Cunningham. Good for the basket. Starting off 1 for 1 with that shot.
Yeah, a shooter like Cunningham has no reason to hesitate. He can just take the shot.
And so Eric Spoelstra will call a timeout. He's going to take his chance to talk to his guys. Hero against LeVert. On the wing, Hawkins. Miami again turning it over.
That is just a careless turnover. You've got to be smarter in those exchanges.
And so it's Cunningham. He'll bring it up for the Detroit Pistons. It's a three-point game. They come into the game following the win on Sunday.
Yeah, it was all hands on deck. Helps to get points off the bench when you're on the road.
Well, when you can build your lead with the second unit on the floor, that makes the game a heck of a lot easier.
Also the pass to Hawkins. Adebayo with a screen for MP. And Adebayo throws it down.
Yeah, Adebayo there throwing it down with a little attitude.
Now about 2 minutes gone here in the first quarter. Now we'll hear from Allie LaForce, and she's got a story for us. An update. Allie?
I briefly spoke with J.B. Bickerstaff. Coach brought up the challenges that Bam Adebayo poses on both ends. He told me offensively, Bam doesn't force much. He gets his points within the flow of the offense. He's a great finisher and facilitator. And defensively, he can guard anybody. He might be the most versatile defender in the league. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, Allie, thank you for that. And here's MP for three. Offensive rebound Heat. And that one, good.
Yeah, he's so skilled at attacking at a moment's notice. Hero goes straight into his shot.
LeVert with it. We're about 3 minutes into this first quarter. Hero brings the double team. 5 to shoot. Cunningham for three. It's Adebayo with the rebound. And here's MP. He'll bring it up for the Heat. And this is a team that, quite frankly, has been incredibly impressive so far in the postseason, with only 3 losses to date.
And to get to this stage of the playoffs and only have 3 losses is really incredible. But they can't get carried away knowing that. The job's not finished.
Just over 3.5 minutes gone here in the first. Thompson against Hawkins. And here's MP for three. Duran pulls it in.
And I think that one could have easily have fallen for him.
LeVert the pass to Cunningham. Now here is Harris. He's guarded by Adebayo. Harris's shot is off.
Nice work defensively to contest that shot right at the rim. Nothing easy.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the night right now. And he makes the first.
Well, when you watch MP, you can see the burst he has on the floor. Very explosive young player.
Holland, he's checked in for the Pistons. Robinson comes in for Karis LeVert. And both free throws good for MP. Pistons trail by 4. Pass to Harris. There's 47 seconds left in the first quarter. And a wide open look for Cunningham. No good on the triple. The Heat have gone 4-7 from the field, shooting over 50%.
Nice form on that jumper. MP with some solid fundamentals for a player just starting his career.
Here's Cunningham. Good, nice job down low. Cunningham's got 9.
Well, what a quarter he's had. You can tell he's in the flow. They should be looking for him every possession.
About 3 seconds between shot and gameplay. Cross on the pass to Wiggins. Good, and the assist goes to MP.
And this is why Wiggins has become an efficient scorer. He's doing a much better job with his shot quality and loves now to attack inside.
He got it up. The shot misses. MP has been leading the charge for the Miami Heat. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct on display. back right after this. And we're back with you all. In for the Pistons. Karis LeVert comes in for Marcus Sasser. Heroes checked in for the Heat. MP comes in for Davion Mitchell. The Heat leading by 14. We've got Kay Cunningham. Asar Thompson is out there with Holland. Then there's Karis LeVert. And it's Reed in at the center position. That's the group for Detroit right now.
Love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
And now Allie LaForce has something for us from the sideline.
Well, MP in the last matchup against the Pistons had a huge game. He had 39 points, and he made a significant contribution from beyond the arc, as usual. It was a performance that will stick with the fans for a long time. Let's see what he has in store for us in this one.
All right, Allie, great stuff as always. Greg, how impressive was it watching him completely take over?
Unstoppable. They won that game because of his effort and just his overall relentlessness.
Yeah, and we're likely to see them go to him early on, see if he can't replicate that performance.
And it just seems that every pass they make is leading to a score. Just great ball movement.
Pass to LeVert. Second quarter of play with almost 3 minutes gone. And here is MP. There's the three. There's his third field goal, and now he's made half of his 6 shots. And now we'll get perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for Miami.
Well, so far they've done a great job of reading the offense and repeatedly putting themselves in the right place to interrupt the play and force turnovers.
And they've also done a great job turning defense into offense tonight, creating turnovers and capitalizing on the other end.
And so the timeout here by J.B. Bickerstaff. This now will give him a chance to discuss some potential changes.
Keep it going, keep it going. Let's go.
So for the Pistons, Jalen Duren. He's checked in for Paul Reed. And Harris subbed in for Holland. And then for Miami, Khalil Ware comes in for Bam Adebayo. And it's Jaime Jaquez in for Wiggins. Quarter number 2, around 3 minutes gone by. Cunningham for 3. Makes the bucket. Now he's got 5 field goals, 5 for 8 in the game.
And they're hitting the long-range shots that they were missing in the first quarter, but still have ground to make up.
Thompson against Jaquez. Back to MP. 6 to shoot. From deep. Duren pulls it in. Pistons trail by 18. Nice ball movement by Detroit. LeVert with the wide open look. Another 3 for Detroit.
From range, LeVert's one of those guys you have to respect his shot. He makes enough from beyond where you have to honor him.
Now, here's MP. He's got 11. Puts up a deep 3. Sinks it. What range from outside. Wow. Dawson's got 6 here in this quarter.
And that makes it 2 3-pointers in the quarter so far and 4 for the game.
Here's Duren. And Duren slams it in.
There's a lot of size in motion. Duren like a freight train to the rim.
44 seconds left in the first half of the game. And here's MP for 3. And the Heat, another 3.
They've been outstanding from beyond the arc this quarter. Their percentage has been climbing steadily.
Duren with the screen on MP. They get it again. The kick out to Cunningham. And the 3 off target. The Heat leading by 19 points. Here's Hero. And the Heat get another bucket right there.
Yeah, just a flick of a wrist. Tyler Hero with the scorer's mindset.
Now, here's Cunningham. He's guarded closely. Here's Duran. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Duran's got his second basket.
And if I'm his coach, I'm very pleased with this kind of energy on the offensive glass. Textbook play.
And so it's the Miami Heat taking a 19-point lead into the break. And with as many three-pointers as they've drained, it's easy to see why they're on the cusp of a blowout. We'll take a quick break and then back to the action here.
And we thank you for joining this postseason broadcast, and it's been an outstanding first half for the Miami.
In terms of efficiency, they've been on point. Incredible execution. I love the way they're playing on both ends.
Yeah, they're checking out how the Pistons are doing in this series. In good position in the series, but not so much tonight. Guys, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I think they've took their foot off the gas just a little bit. Feeling confident, but you got to keep working.
Yeah, you need to have that killer instinct. You know, when you got a team down, that's when you got to put them away.
Get them out of there. And that about wraps it up. And as the third quarter is about to begin, we go to Kevin Harlan for the call.
Welcome back to playoff basketball on 2K Sports. This is the Eastern Conference Final. You look at MP in this one, he's been everywhere.
And we saw just how important he is for this team in the first half. He was getting everyone involved.
Well, when you have a guy that spreads it around like that, it confuses the defense. Who do you guard?
Here's MP. Here's who Eric Spoelstra is starting the second half with. The post tandem, Adebayo and Ware. Wing pairing will be Hero and Jaquez Jr. And it's MP in at the 1. Shot clock at 6. From downtown. And the rebound goes to the Pistons.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Here's Harris. Good, and the assist goes to Cunningham. Harris has got the first points of the second half here for Detroit. MP outside. And out of bounds. The Pistons will take it. Let's take this chance now to show you the list of the postseason scoring leaders. MP third. Fourth, Cade Cunningham.
And whether it's been attacking off the bounce or pulling up, both these guys have been lighting it up.
Pistons trail by 17. Thompson outside. Top of the key, Harris. And he makes good on the layup. Harris has got his second bucket tonight.
Well, I like seeing Harris be aggressive inside. He's more than capable of making you pay for that.
Jaquez outside. MP looking around. Back to Jaquez. 6 to shoot. Adebayo kicks to MP. From outside, off the mark. And so, Levert will bring it up for the Detroit Pistons. They haven't given up any points here in the second half.
Solid athlete with a good vertical. Harris knows how to get inside and hammer it home.
And here is MP. He's got 17. And they'll turn it over. could not get off the shot. 24-second violation. 2 minutes gone in this third quarter now. Here's Cunningham, plenty of space, and he gets it to go, hitting off the back of the rim. Cunningham's got 14 points. And Eric Spoelstra wants a timeout.
Coach needs a moment to talk things over. And Coach can't like what he's seeing, trying to get them refocused.
Yeah, you have to take a timeout in a situation like this. Stop the bleeding a bit and regroup.
Possession. Still looking for their first bucket of the second half. MP outside. Here's Adebayo. Good, and the assist goes to MP. Dawson's got assist number 5 here tonight. Pistons trail by 13. Pass to Harris. And that one is good. Harris has got 8 here in the quarter.
Wow, 5 straight buckets coming out of half. They are rolling.
A little over 2.5 minutes off the clock in this final half of play. And there's the 8-second call as they can't get it across half court in time. Now, here's Cunningham. 14 points for him. MP outside. Off target with his 3. The Pistons have gone 5 of 6 so far from the field in the second half. Tremendous efficiency. And Curry slams it in.
Well, and it took a terrific effort at both ends to sustain this run.
Yeah, it's normally the defense that fuels a comeback. But let's see how much they have left in the tank.
NP up top. Covered by Cunningham. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. Holland, he's checked in for Harris. The Heat also changing it up. Andrew Wiggins checked in for Khalil Ware. And Porter subbed in for Jaime Jaquez. Second half here. We're just over 3.5 minutes into it. From the stripe, Cunningham's shot is off. The Heat leading by 9. Wiggins dishes to MP. Clock at 6. Brooks, there's the 24-second shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over. For the Pistons, all Reed's checked in for Jalen. Bickerstaff has called a timeout. And that timeout by Coach was carefully measured, wanting to make sure that everybody is on the same page here. And let's go to the sideline. Here's Allen.
Hey, team, I was able to catch the message that J.B. Bickerstaff was giving to his team. He questioned his team's effort, asking them, should I put in the bench right now? Wake up, guys. We can still win this game, but I need you all to play like you believe you can. Not exactly a fun huddle to listen on, guys.
All right, Allie, thanks. Shot clock at 2, and there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Fourth quarter now. We're about 1.5 minutes in. Tobias Harris is out there with Paul Reed. Then it's Robinson. Then it's Cade Cunningham. And it's Holland in at the 3, the small forward. That's the group for Detroit right now.
And with the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly in the driver's seat.
Now, MP. 6 on the shot clock. It's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. A different look here for Detroit. Duran, he's checked in for Paul Reed. Asar Thompson comes in for Holland. And Karis LeVert subbed in for Robinson. And then for Miami, Khalil Ware's checked in for Wiggins. And it's Jaime Jaquez in for Michael Porter. And timeout called by J.B. Bickerstaff. Wants to make sure everybody's coordinated and intent. Cunningham fires. He puts in the chain.
Well, yeah, that's why he was the #1 pick back in 2021. Cunningham showing there that he can dominate games.
For those just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it. Oh, what an assist. Leading him to the bucket.
Great delivery on the pick and roll. MP with a good sense of timing.
Cunningham with it. Here's Thompson. A pre-pass leads him right to the rack.
A fantastic dunk. And he hangs around up there just for a little camera time.
Yeah, maybe he didn't want to land awkwardly. Who knows? But there he is, and we see it very clearly. MP outside. 6 to shoot. From outside, MP showing the range.
What an incredible game so far for MP. He's showing no signs of slowing down.
Cunningham outside, misses the 3.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
MP against Cunningham. MP outside. Jacks up a 3. Duran pulls it down.
Well, he's trying to shoot his way out of it from distance, but look, he's got to find something easy.
And now we can start talking about game 4. What a magnificent effort and really a significant victory for the Heat.
Looking at both these teams, they're great rebounders, and on any given night, you might not know who would have the advantage on the board.
They made the most of those extra rebounds as well, Kevin.
And they're going to take one big step closer to the NBA Finals with this win tonight.
Yeah, and we know how pivotal Game 3s can be, especially when the teams split the first 2. So they have a major advantage going forward. The lead may only be 2-1, but it just feels a lot bigger.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for MP.
Well, just a fantastic job of distributing the ball. When you're able to see the floor like that and take advantage of what the defense gives you, it's huge.
And so, MP will bring it up for the Heat. Their biggest lead of the game was 21. Beyond the arc. And so it's the Heat winning this one. And they've edged in front in the series after an outstanding performance here in Game 3.
Kevin, it sure was. When teams split the first 2 games of a series, Game 3 means everything. They're going into Game 4 now, riding that high after this win.
Now let's go courtside with Jennifer Quintana.
Unbelievable effort by you tonight, MP. Disruptions, deflections, interceptions. You were wreaking havoc. Do you feel in the zone?
I was having some fun out there tonight, Jennifer. The other team either didn't believe in me or they didn't remember me because they kept coming at me. Like, what? Maybe they'll remember next time after this game.
Great game, MP. Thank you so much. Back to you, Kevin.
Hey, thanks, Jennifer. And so this one is in the books. We hope you've enjoyed being with us for the Eastern Conference Finals. Here with Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony, and Allie LaForce, I'm Kevin Harlan, signing off for this presentation of NBA basketball. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening.